Good afternoon. Welcome to another edition of Handelabra dev stream for Sentinels of the Multiverse Steam Workshop. Yeah, all those words. Say hello in the chat. Feel free to come in, ask questions, and be a fly on the wall as I bang my head against completionist guys again. Cool. So, since last time, we actually finished the placeholder card images. So we had pretty much finished the integration. Sorry, bumping into this. Finished up the integration for this. And Jennifer finished up all of the artwork, so I can show you. Do I have stuff? Yeah, let me put the mods back where they go. John versus Guys, the epic showdown. Exactly. I think it's looking pretty good. So let's grab our mods, our cauldron folder with no art, and one thing I was just testing was like, well, what if the art is there? Does it still work? And I found a bug where it didn't, so that was good. So I'm actually, on my mod, I'm going to restore the artwork, and we'll make sure that all works as expected. I'm trying to get the mic where I want here. It's trouble today for some reason. So, in the new game screen, my mod has this horrible thing that I made, but there wasn't a full-size graphic for that, so it pulls it to placeholder. And all of the cauldron stuff is picking up random placeholders in game setup, as well as the full cards. That is all working great. Same thing with heroes. Same thing with environments. Yeah, we got our dev stream, but no full card image. Then these ones. So let's grab like some decks. Guess we'll grab Migrant Coder as well, just to see. And some villain, Dendron. And you can see the variety of cards that there are now. There's not like a huge amount, but there's at least like 2 or 3 different options for each type of card. So the character card obviously is a character, but then there's little minions that Jennifer made. You can look at the deck back as well. There's ongoing cards. There are a couple versions of one-shots. There are more versions of, here's another little target card. The evil robot, love him. The sort of just silhouette. And, different ongoings, different one-shots. Then heroes have sort of similar but slightly different, like lighter versions or different textures and stuff. It's got like equipment cards. So yeah, you get a bit of a colorful smorgasbord. And then in the environments have typically targets and then like other cards that aren't targets, and that's kind of it. And so Jennifer made some different patterns for those, some checkerboards and other things, to indicate those and have them be separate, as well as our little characters, little targets. And I like one thing I was like, can we have the robots be like different? So there's that robot for the environment, but then the robot for the villains is like an evil robot. I like that. And target heroes might have targets, and they have similar kind of thing. So yeah, so basically this is going to come out into the alpha branch like probably tonight or this weekend. I'll get that posted up with all of that, and you all can tell me what's broken, but so far it looks pretty good. So I'm going to put that into the done list, and we'll get that shipped out later on. because that's all ready to go. So good work, especially thanks to Jennifer on that. We're also going to get the artwork like available as like PSD files or whatever, so you can make your own customizations more than just the colors like that. So let's get back into some more weird stuff with completionist guys, I think. So last time we had just like made a game and everything was working, right? As of last time, in terms of choosing like a mod character, choosing a mod variant from the same mod, choosing a variant of core game, choosing like all the different permutations were working in terms of like getting it to work with completionist guys. But then it was having an error when it loaded the game, and so we need to figure out what's going on there. So let's just set up our little basic situation again, and then we can resume game. That's the one. Okay, so we want say like cricket is one, and we were always using Tango 1, and we were using bunker. Okay. Sure, there will still be some wrinkles to sort out here. We all have to discard a card. Definitely not the best card ever. And we all take damage. All right. So we're just going to skip this, and we're going to say replace Tango 1 with Ghost Ops Tango 1. And that has worked. Let's use the power. And so the problem has been when we resume the game, we're getting an error. So let's see. Hey, Jake, as well. Welcome. So when we continue the game, right, we're actually getting a failure. Here. Parameter name collection. Low definition overriding turn taker. Check collection. That would be Guys' collection, I assume. Right, so if we look at the code for Guys is doing some funny things. Sentinels engine. And it's still showing the continue game button because due to like basically issues with like file corruption that can happen on mobile especially, it'll just keep trying to load. It'll keep trying previous undo files until it finds one that will load, and if it finds one, then it will go. So you can see it's trying like cricket play card, cricket start, guys end, guys draw card, and then I can load guys use power, so we'll continue from there. It'll like go back until there's a file that isn't corrupted or has a problem. So let's pull up completionist guys and see what foolishness he is doing. So, right, I think it has to do with this override turn taker card property. Probably. I don't know why that's not a constant. It's being like used in many places. Maybe we'll fix that right now. That should be a constant somewhere. It's being used like in a bunch of places. And that should not be what you do. Probably, I guess it could be in turn taker. I don't know if there's a constants file in Sentinels. There isn't really, but it has to do with the journal, right? So let's put it in the journal. Card property journal entry. That's probably a good place to put it. Public const string. Override turn taker key. And anywhere in the world that says that should use card properties journal entry dot like that. Isn't that nice? Do it. Then of course that replaced this one. Then we can just look for this instead of looking for that string. Okay, let's just commit that because that is the thing that should have already been that way. I don't want to commit these logs, I don't think. Yeah, so mission cards. This concept has to do with like, I was going to talk to David about this, but then I never got to it. But this concept is around cards from one deck that are being owned by another deck. And so like, specifically like, guys will take the character cards and those cards belong to guys now instead of the original hero. Or when you get a mission, that card... I guess when you earn the objective, when you earn the reward belongs to the hero that got it, and which is important for various things in Sentinels, like whose card the card belongs to, or who the card belongs to. Captain Cosmic is doing that too. Requital, I guess. Representative Earth. That card normally would belong to its own deck, right? But it belongs to the environment. And that's a log. And then we... Right. If we're replacing turn takers, which is used by... I believe this is used by the challenge mode for Gloomweaver, for Skinwalker Gloomweaver. Use a constant instead of a magic string. Okay, so what Guys is doing is here when you choose the card, it's recording that card now belongs to What is it recording here? It's adding multiple strings. The selected heroes, parent deck identifier, and the promo identifier. So what is this? This is the card that you are choosing to swap in. And this just like records. I guess it can have a string list. That is a thing that it can record. Right, and these aren't qualified, which might be a problem, right? So where else is this used? In completionist guys. What's this? We're also recording more. Right. So, okay. So we, right. The card might already be in play. If it isn't, we have to create it. And we have mod support for that. That's all working. Right. We fixed this issue with the namespace. We set a property in the card so it can be loaded later. Okay. Right. Right. So this is used later on when we start the game because we won't be able to find the card definition otherwise properly. Okay, does guys use this again? No. So what was that? Where's the error coming from? It says low definition overriding turn taker, which is here. So this is when we're setting up, when we're deserializing, right? We assign the definitions, and maybe we have a card that we don't have a definition for, and so we have to try to load it. Right, and probably here we're going to try we're going to try to look for something. What? Parameter name. Oh, right. Check collection. What is that? We can look up just like note what we're doing here. And most likely this is going to be like there's no qualified identifier. And so we need to record that. So I think with the, if I start in the splash screen actually, right, we have logging hooked up there. My goal today is to get this working so I can get that into the build today. So we'll see. Right. I have... Oh, right. It actually deleted the files on me. So what we can do is, instead of going back to the main menu, so we'll do this. We're just going to do a mod variant, so like the most basic. Then I'm just going to go to the game view, continue game. Oh, that won't work though, right? That won't work because of the... I guess it can work if I just do it on like... Yeah, maybe we don't use the Cauldron River. All right, let's just run this once. No, not this. I don't know what I'm... Probably going to screw up my game setup here. Blah. Yeah. We create a brand new game. Okay, so... Well, then why don't we just do this? This is going to be guys. And we got migrant coder there. It's going to be guys' turn. This setup like loads my mod. Yeah, we can make sure he has... No, that's fine. We'll just do this. It's a little quicker iteration than going through the new game screen. It only supports having one mod, basically, is the limitation. I could make it support more, I guess. But it doesn't right now. We all have one hit point, but it's probably fine. So we'll replace migrant coder, which automatically picks the other one. And we'll do this. All right, we made it to draw a card, so we can stop and go continue game, and then we'll get this error that we can investigate. Did we? Failed to load game. Yeah. Right, we're logging all this stuff out that we probably can quiet down. This is our new log here, right? Low definition over internally look for workshopping.migrantcoder, workshopping.migrantcoder, lockdown character. Okay. Right, so that's actually good, but it's not finding it because it's got the namespace on it and it's not expecting that, I think. Maybe. Also, we're double clicking, that doesn't work. Yeah, I'm just going to turn off these other logs, I think that are not helpful right now. I mean, maybe they will be, but they're very noisy. Okay. So it said that it's looking for the qualified identifier for both here. So we should be getting a deck definition. And eventually we get to... Yeah, I'm curious why we're getting like an error. Whew. I need to cut another coffee. Guess I could make one. So we get the deck definition. That should be fine. That's going to pull up the mod one. Right? Well, it should be cached already. Just curious where this... I guess add range, check collection. Yeah, the only place where add range is being called is here. Is it like complaining? Is it erroring because there's no subdecks? Like that can be null. So that shouldn't be something, you shouldn't just be doing that because that could be null. Just as a safety thing. I think that might be... Yeah, I think here is where it's trying to find the card and it's not. So I just wanted to like... I think this fixes the error. Well, maybe it ends up getting a null definition or something probably, but like that should fix that. And that's not going to solve it because I think we need to make that a qualified identifier, but we'll... Okay, we ended up going back to use power. Oh no, we're doing the same thing where we're going back. Yeah, so I'll do this again. I'm gonna have to keep rewinding for this, it's annoying. Or like... So if I tell it to load a specific file, it probably will not do the deleting thing. Load this file. All right, we get what's it doing here? No, it's like freaking out probably because the definition is null or something. It's like just looping, loading this, trying to load the same game over and over again. Or it doesn't, what? Dot. I didn't. What's it even doing? Fine. Something weird is going on there. All right. No card definitions found, which is where it should get to instead of like crashing out here. So I think that null check is just like a safety thing. Then I think this, now we're expecting qualified identifiers all the way down in here, so we want to check this, I think. So basically, this is just trying to find the definition that matches that string. So and okay, are we still trying to load the draw file? We are this time. Oh, but now we don't have the interesting. I thought we had the I wonder if, oh, it's like recording it multiple times, I think, and they're not all qualified. I bet that probably is the case. Let's, interesting. So, because it records several times, right? Stored turn taker. Which actually is only used in that one spot. So that should be, I'm just going to go like anywhere where it's recording these, they should be qualified. Which won't affect existing stuff, but it will affect. Okay. I don't know. I don't even think that's the spot where it's this. This is the spot that we're running up against. And we don't, well, selected turn taker identifier, selected identifier. Are those qualified? You got skyscraper, extremist skyscraper. Cross mod variant. Oof. Okay. Then we have more skyscraper handling. Put the card off to the side. Use the power. So where are the other calls to this? It's all this bonus skyscraper stuff. Yeah, okay. So yeah, so I changed one spot, right? See if that is the spot that's causing the trouble, because I think the other thing is already qualified, but this part wasn't. Make things work with Guy's Day continued. All right, so we have to not continue the game. We need to start over because that's stored model information. Yeah. Completionist Guys is a hot mess, and we might be able to generalize it, but I wouldn't count on that being a day one thing. Okay, we're gonna store that. Use the power. Okay. guess I should like log out like what we're saving. That's fine. We'll continue our game now. Because I was thinking could potentially, okay, so what happened? Pause. That's fine. Are we fine? Let's see. Oh, right. Bugbear's gonna, like, kill us. Okay, so... So we have a migrant coder under there, but the problem is it didn't actually load the variant properly here. So we said we're looking for... Right, so both cases here, both calls here now are looking for the fully qualified name. Workshopping.migrantcoder lockdown and workingshopper.migrantcoder character. And then it's like, oh, that definition is not found because normally we need the fully qualified basically because of cross mod stuff and whatever. So this code needs to know that that card identifier is also qualified. So it's probably just doing like a simple lookup, and that's not enough. So like this. Yeah, we're getting to this error here. And I think we're not expecting, right, it to have yeah, mod promos. It's the first thing it wants to do is look it up right in the file, and it's not finding it because it's looking on identifier versus like this, right? Right, interesting. No, we don't get to the no card definitions found. That's the, right? Yeah. That's this warning, this error, actually. So we're getting into here, but we're not finding the card. It's like this should be finding it, I think. And we could like even put in qualified identifier. Is not really a thing that we use for specific cards. We're only using it for promos. Get card definitions. Where is this used? Like, I think this is used. Yeah, a lot. Why is it taking a promo identifier? I guess it's like... Yeah, I mean, basically, like, we can have this consider the qualified thing, right? Like, this could be qualified. I don't think it's always going to be. So we could do like that. Like if either of those match, then it's allowed. Okay. We're still going to complain about the main character card. I think. But it should find the promo now. Nope. Get the same error, same warning. So why isn't this? I guess we can throw some more logs in, but like this one lists all the promo identifiers. And for each one, oh right, it does contain the dot, so it does look up. It goes this way instead. So what if instead we do this? Like we first just look in it just in case it's there, which it's going to here. And if not, we look for a mod one. I think that's a little better there. Yeah, I guess this method like starts with all of the card definitions and then removes ones that don't match or replaces them. So didn't we like add a log to log out all of them? Or is our thing not building right? Build. That's fine. Like, literally, I'm in this method, get card definitions. I wonder if... Yeah, I literally get down to here. How did we not log this? understand. Oh, because this had a build error. And it didn't build. And I didn't notice. That would do it. I think I do need a coffee. Hey, Leo. I'm going to grab a coffee. Or at least get it starting to make. Need some more brain juice energy. Be right back. Water's a-boiling. All right. Okay, so this should have actually compiled now. And that means that actually the thing I did might have worked and I didn't know. Yeah, right? That is our variant. Okay. And the one under guys is also what we want. Like, that's a warning. That doesn't mean anything. That's fine. Okay. So I also want to try swapping them back. So I turn off continue. I'm going to not set the hero's hit points. I'm just going to like change this to Baron Blade because it's annoying that it's villain team mode. And we can actually, if we use America's Greatest Legacy character, that's even better. And we'll put this in the Celestial Tribunal. Then Legacy can just let guys use his power again. All right, so here's our regular migrant coder. We're going to skip. We're going to replace that. Deal damage, sure. Then we're going to resume the game on Legacy's turn, and everything should be accurate. That's the goal. There's Migrant Coder. And the card under here is the right one. And we're going to let guys use a power again. And that swaps that out. That's correct. And that's correct. Right? Yeah, that's that one. And if we load this game, it should still be correct. And that looks right. And that looks right. Okay, I think we did a good. Okay. So, it was really all in this, as well as this, I think. Well, yeah, this is like a null check, basically. Right, and this part here, so, okay. And I'll just, like, I'll keep that log on right now because it might be useful. Fix loading games where turn taker ownership is overridden with mod content. Blah, blah, blah. Alright, gonna go get my coffee. All right, fueled with coffee. I don't know if I've shown this mug on stream before. It's pretty great. Don't usually have coffee in the afternoon, like not for any like particular reason. I just normally have 1 cup a day in the morning, and that's it. I will occasionally have afternoon coffee. Okay, so load a game after changing variant of a mod hero. Bonk. Load a game after changing mod variant of a regular hero. So for that, we want bunker. And that's it. Because we have our mod has a bunker variant in it. So we skip. Oh wait, it's already chosen the wavered bunker. We don't want that. Okay. Regular bunker. Choose wavered bunker. Way button. Do that. Then, if I continue the game, we should still have wayward bunker in play. That's the goal. Fingers crossed. It is. It is the case. I might have a warning about something, but that seems great to me. And bunker's under there. Cool. All right. And changing mod variant of other mod heroes. For that, we need to actually make a game that has the cauldron too. So we want to go new game. We want to go with whatever. Oh. Yeah, we lost our Baron Blade because I keep clicking the wrong button. Click the right button. Why is it so hard? I haven't had any of the coffee yet, right? That's the hard part. It's too hot. Guys, and cricket, and then whatever. Because we have a hilarious variant noisy cricket that we can switch to. Ouch. Okay, we'll change cricket to noisy cricket. Notice I have the titles on the cards now. It's nice. Alright, that looks like that worked, since, I mean, I guess we could have broken it, but we didn't. And we will then try to continue the game. Let's go to cricket's turn for that. I guess if we just undo to start of turn, that loads the game. So that's just as good. Undo to start of turn. Errors. Okay, so that didn't work. We got a get type for card controller failed. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so this low definition overriding turn taker is looking for workshopping noisy cricket. And then we couldn't find the class. So yeah, something got mixed up there. Can we like keep trying? No, it's gonna be unhappy about it. Okay. So what I'm actually gonna do is like grab this file. Oh. And put it in here so I can just like, it's gonna like freak out on me whenever I go continue game here, right? But I want to have that file so I can keep trying it. I think so. If I go continue game, is it just going to be like, nope. Oh, it doesn't fail to load the game. It fails to make the game model. It fails to set up the controller. Okay. I would like to know exactly if this thinks it's the promo or not. Maybe let's update this toString. And add in promo. And we'll call it that. Which is going to be the same, like most cards, it's the same, but we'll find out what it thinks it is, the model object. Yeah, we get all these engine debugs because of that, so. Oh, did my build fail? Because I definitely made a change. And I'm not happy about this not working whenever I rebuild. I didn't see an error. One warning, no errors. It's fine. Okay, just failed to build for some reason. Or I didn't press the button right. That could have happened. Who knows? All right. Promo is workshopping at Isaac Care. So it is the right thing there. And I wonder if something else I changed broke that. We're getting that the mod helper failed to get the thing. So we're going to have to look and see what's going on here. More weirdness. Because we're able to load the game and find... Like, we found enough of the definition because I think that's where all this information comes from, right? So it found the definition, but the card controller factory is upset about it. So we're going into card controller factory again, which I guess I'm not. I was in somewhere else. Card controller factory. It's being called by turn taker controller. Evaluate and store card controllers. I wonder if that special logic about, yeah, overriding namespace. And that is absolutely using that property. Okay. Then I think we're gonna uncomment this because so the override namespace should be coming in fully qualified then, and should be workshopping, right? I wonder if it's coming up with like workshopping.cricket or something, and that's right? I don't know. Let's see. So let's see what this is coming in with, and sure, uncomment out more as well. Well, we don't actually care about that because we do get into here, right? And it says it's looking for cauldron.cricket. Okay, yeah, okay. But then we lose the that's supposed to be non-qualified. We lose some information there, maybe. I think. Ugh, complicated. See, I pressed build, but then we're not getting enough data in here. Like I can tell because like it'll compile for a couple seconds. And then now, yeah, so Visual Studio being a jerk again. It's happened before. It's weird that I'm getting the issue when I continue, but not at the very start. All right, so creating controller for cricket character, override namespace cauldron.cricket. But that should actually be using this namespace, right? Because the original deck the original place that it comes from is cauldron.cricket. Oh, this is tricky. So, but the variant actually comes from workshopping. Okay. Turn taker controller is where we decide what the override namespace is. So if this just said workshopping.cricket, it would be right. And so it's that we're storing the wrong information in the journal here, right? Like if this had, this override namespace was workshopping.cricket, I think, it would be okay. And we can just try that by putting it in here for a quick test. I think that's what this is expecting, right? If we go into create instance, override namespace, yeah. Like it wants this to be workshopping.cricket. But since the original card was a mod, it's picked up the original namespace. So let's see. I think we can then go back to completionist guys and have it store the right information. But we can just try with this quick hack and see if we get the right behavior with what it should be storing. Oh, because there's two places. There's the variant, and then there's the original character are both being stored. So that's, I mean, I could just do like, to continue the hack. No, it won't work. So yeah. So where guys is storing this, the wrong one that we don't want to be stored is, I don't remember which, the one that we put underneath is the original. And the one that we are having in play now is the one from our area. So where's that? This override turn taker key. So we're storing this on the card we're putting under guys. And that's fine, right? That's using cauldron.cricket and cauldron.cricket character. Then the one that we actually grab, this one, this is the one it's just using Yeah, selected turn taker identifier is going to be cauldron.cricket, right? And selected identifier is going to be workshopping dot whatever it was. Noisy cricket. So yeah, so in the normal case, you just select it, but in cross mod, we need to build the right namespace. But I thought, so this logic should be doing that. Oh, but yeah, this should be here. It's using it there, but saving the wrong thing without, it should be using this logic also. So that's, I think, the missing step there. All right, let's try that. Make sure I got rid of that, yeah. Let's try this. I think this is, that was the missing step, is we were doing that during the game, but not saving the right information for when it would load. Complicated stuff. Guys, why you gotta be so complicated? Ask Avril Lavigne. I guess there's OBS thingies here. Is that the OBS thingies? I never really noticed that. All right, the moment of truth. Truth or dare. Error. So. We're still putting in cauldron.cricket here, but shouldn't that be... oh. I'm loading the game without, that stored the wrong information. I need to start a new game. Avril Lavigne confirmed. Yeah, that wasn't the moment of truth. That was the moment of wrong. We need to start a new game again. Or like just load like the previous games just as fast to just set it up again here. Completionist guys and cricket and whoever, wherever. Onward. Backlash field is fine with me. Noisy cricket. Activated. All right, and we should be able to just do a little rewind here. And we get an error. Oh, so yeah, so this... now we're getting the error on... that's weird because... oh, this variable is being reused from before, isn't it? No, it's not. Then what? What is up? We're looking for workshopping.cricket cricket character, but we should be looking for workshopping.cricket noisy cricket character. So now we've got the override namespace correct. Oh, and the promo identifier is blank. That shouldn't be the card that it's loading. Should it? This is all creating guises. And it creates a cricket character for guys here, right? Like, didn't I see that? Maybe not. Yeah. Here, I think. That's the one that belongs to guys. And then the character card for cricket comes in here, but it's not. That's weird, because is override like that's working in the runtime, so how this change shouldn't change anything with that. I am confused. Unless this variable is used somewhere else. I don't think so. Weird seeing things load off screen and slide in. Oh, like this. Yeah, that's what's happening behind the scenes. So I'm just... That's so strange. How would that turn around that way? Because, like, this is the one that's under guys. Right? Yeah. And this is the one that is the real character, but like literally the last time we saved the model, like we just tried it and it worked, like it had the right thing in the model. That's mysterious. So let's see. Let's just add some more to this. Maybe we'll use selection. Select identifier. And do this. Okay. I'm just really confused about what happened there. So I just want to look and see what's actually getting like output there. Oh, this is a little weird, but it's guys. So we have to start a new game. I guess I can just like go, but this is the cross mod stuff. What I could do is make it so I could load multiple mods. Maybe we'll just do that. That'll make this stuff quicker overall. Let's go to our debug land. Yeah, so like, just do this. And it's gonna be like, you broke everything. Yeah, errors. All right, so this. Guess we want to do. So for each one, we're going to do this. That. All right, this is the file name. Load the assembly and add the assembly under the namespace, which is the key. Don't load the promos, load the promos after. So we do a separate loop afterwards. To load the promos. That lets us just load as many mods as we want instead of just one. Directly in game view. So if we just run this now, we won't have anything set. So we need to add workshopping and the path for that. Is projects, no, projects, my mod debug or bin debug. Yeah. Like this. And so if we do this, we should be able to run this okay. Yep, there's our my mod stuff. Yeah, there's so much debug logging can be a curse. And we're going to add cauldron.cricket. And we're going to add cauldron. And the path is going to be somewhere else. Here, 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 here. And that should be it. We should get both now. No. Oh, because it didn't save that for some reason, because I didn't click the little plus button, I guess. Plus. All right, there is our cricket. This is going to make our life easier anyway. So, skip and do this. Okay, so I'm just going to look at the log for this here. All right, so a bunch of stuff happened. Creating the card for the variant, creating the card controller. The override namespace is workshopping.cricket, right? Like that's what we want. If we go back to our engine code. And we also have creating card controller for that should be cauldron.noisycricket character, right? Shouldn't it? Maybe. Ugh. I think it's a workshopping variant, but none of these things. Yeah, I guess workshop.cricket. It's just interesting. I'm just trying to figure out how it's gonna find out that it originally belongs to Cauldron, right? With that information, with those two pieces of information, it doesn't know about Cauldron is the problem. But we know that Cauldron is in the game. I mean, maybe. Because Oblivion, a whole other thing. And so, yeah, so this does work right now. And that is correct under guys. But interesting, we're not seeing the name. I think that might be because it's flipped. It's not flipped, though. I don't know. It's weird. Could be some logic saying don't show the title. And so... yeah, so it's saving both of those with workshopping dot. And then when we go to load a file, like just even clicking this, this is the weird part, is that actually up even sooner, it's looking for a Cricut deck list because of that, right? Workshopping.cricut.workshopping.noisy. Yeah, so like there's some really messed up stuff happening here. I think I'm going to put a pin in this for right now because right now it's working well enough without cross mod variants. That's what I'm thinking. And I might bring this back to David and like we can talk about it for like hours. It's messy. It's really messy stuff. So what do we got happening in here? This is just like update to string. And I don't really want to be breaking my brain on this for days and days. I guess I want to make sure that this change doesn't break the other cases. So let's just verify that. I think that's the kind of direction we want, but there's obviously some things wrong still here. So if guys replaces migrant coder, and we do load, that's fine. If guys replaces bunker. Those are like the main cases. There's not going to be a lot of mods that are doing cross mod variants, at least not for a while. So it's not a thing I want to like. I'm not going to block anything on that, right? Like, obviously it should work, but. Oh, and that change actually breaks this mods of existing for the same reason, right? Because it's like, it's just looking for the wrong information. So I'm going to back that change out because yeah, we can back that log off and like these logs are improved so they can stay. Yeah, I'll just discard the whole thing, I guess. It's fine. It's just logs. So, and then we'll rebuild it. I think I'm just going to put a pin in these for now because it's not fun. And everything else is working, right? Just this one thing. Which is probably going to come up in other situations, but it's also, we can just be like, that's not a thing that's working right now. Maybe not for like the public release, but for the alpha, that's okay. Okay, so we're going to choose bunker. I'm going to choose wayward bunker. Deal damage. And then we're going to rewind. And everything is fine. So yeah, so obviously there needs to be, maybe we need to like add a third property or something like that. Like instead of the two properties, we just add more information in this case or something. But I am not the one who wrote this code. I need to talk to David and Jean-Marc more about it, I think, which I probably should have already, but I didn't. Okay, so what we're going to do is say this. We support multiple mods in game view debugging. and update the DLL. And I'm probably happy with this as like a build for an update to the alpha, but let's see what else, if there's anything else we can like get in reasonably. Okay, so completionist guys. Convert to card. This basically CG's power is working correctly at runtime with mod variants of other mod heroes, but engine doesn't know how to load the game. This state, we may need to store the override turn taker information differently in this case. But I just don't want to get into that right now. So I'm going to put that back into that list and call that done though, because that is working for like the main case. The main two cases are, you know, variant of a mod hero within the mod and mod variants of regular heroes. Those seem to be working well. So I'm happy with that. So yeah, so what else do we got? There's lots, obviously, plenty of other things. There's some multiplayer stuff. That is something that I am going to get into, but I think it's probably not something I want to get into mid-afternoon, but maybe next week we'll get into multiplayer. I think that makes sense. Right. Since we are allowing completionist guys mods here, I do want to add this. So let's do this. Weekly one-shots. We don't want people to be using mods in the box for weekly one-shots. And so we can do this by making a weekly one-shot with guys in bunker, or going to one. Is there one already with completionist guys in bunker? That's a good question. Or we could just make a variant of whoever in the last weekly one-shot that has completionist guys. So that seems like a fun new project. It won't be too complicated. I could just put the code in, but I'm gonna want to test it. Let's go to weekly one-shot. This is, you know, the best ones. You immediately win or you immediately lose. I don't know if I actually have a testing one with completionist guys, actually. I have to just make one. There's one with regular guys. Yeah, okay, let's just make one. So I'm gonna get logged into that off screen, but I'll put it on screen in a second here. Hang. Okay. So this is the back end for that. See you later, Leo. So we're just gonna make a new game, a new scenario, which is sure classic Baron Blade. We're gonna have guys, bunker, and legacy. Environments, representative Earth, Celestial Tribunal. And variants, we want guys, completionist guys character, and these can be blank, that can be random, that's fine. All right, so this is our scenario, we need to make a periodical. Guys. All right, so that should now be showing up in weekly one-shots in development. And there it is. And I mistyped a thing, so I got an error. Right, if this goes out further, then it will show up as new. It's the Celestial Tribunal. Don't forget the. All right, so that's completionist, guys. So let's play. Sure, Baron Blade, you're doing great. All right, so the goal for this is that you can't choose the variant from the mod, so we don't get people like making a mod that's like, you win, use power, you win, or things like that. That will just cheapen the weekly one-shots a little bit. So let's basically update that code for in the box, which is all in the UI, that part, to say if it's a weekly one-shot or multiplayer right now, no mods. Multiplayer will have more to do. And box. Handle get hero cards inbox request. Right. So you already have a little bit of logic here. Like if it's multiplayer, we only allow you to use ones that are in the expansions and multiplayer. Otherwise, it's everything. And yeah, here we're just adding all of the mod available ones. So I think we just need to do this. Mod heroes are allowed, or say are not allowed in weekly one-shots or multiplayer for now. If we're in a multiplayer room, come on. Or periodical. That's a thing, right? Game. I think there might be a nicer way to check that, but let's. Let me just add in the mod ones. Right, so if we're not in a room and if that is blank, then we can add. And actually this is Dex, but we have to go down here as well. I don't know if there's anything that's like, yeah, it's just checking to see if it's null. Checking to see if it's null. Okay. Null or empty is fine as well. So if we're not in a room and it's not a weekly one shot, we add mods. and kind of the same thing. I guess we can just make a var allow mods. This, because we're going to use it a little bit again here. Yeah, so what we're doing here. So for each hero, right, we're looking for variants. So like if allow mods and is mod content for this first clause. And then here, I guess we want to basically make the definitions here. And then say if we allow mods. Come on. And that can just tuck in here. And this can just be defs. So basically, instead of having that in that spot, we're just building a variable here. And then if we allow mods, we're adding on the mods. And that's it. Okay, so that should make it so you can't get cards from the box if you're not allowed. So let's try it. All right, so weekly one shot. I guess we could have resumed the game. That's fine. Of course, we're going to get a bunch of haste and dooms in a row. You're slowing me up, game. Choose bunker, and yeah, no wayward bunker available, which is the goal. And right, so let's go to make a non-weekly one shot just to make sure that like I didn't break everything for regular games. I need a bunker, don't I? And I guess I also want a mod character, because why not? Damage. And time for it to use a power. And we can choose cricket, so that is good. And we can choose wayward bunker. Cool. All right, so that is excellent. So basically this is, yeah, disallow. Mods in the box for weekly one shots and multiplayer for now. Okay, so that was a little quick one. I'm actually going to convert these to a card so they're more visible to people coming to this board, because I think. Right, that's another weird thing. People are using this card to like post a bunch of stuff on that isn't really supposed to be on this card. So I'm just going to take those off of it for now and move that back. Because, yeah, I think right now, like, these things are going to pop up with variants, but they're not going to work. So, just be warned about that, I suppose. Right, I do want to do... Well, this might be a little tricky. More multiplayer-based stuff. Let's move that up to sprint, and we'll do these two things next time. I guess we could... Maybe let's take a look and see if, like, the basic support for these work, or, like, can be made to work. The sort of cross-mod variant things might be trickier, but, like, if we can get... If these just sort of work based on the stuff we've already done, I may as well get them done here, right? Like, power through. So let's try Representative Earth. It's probably going to have the same sort of initial issues, and then we can make the same changes to it that we did for guys. So, we want to stack Representative of Earth and make this go to Celestial Tribunal's turn and press play. All right, so we get mod decks showing up here. So if we pick one, we get nothing, which is interesting, but I think that's part of similarly to what happened with guys. So let's have a look. So let's close everything but completionist guys and open up Representative of Earth. And let's just try to sort of make the same changes that we did to guys. You did see Wayward Bunker briefly. Oh, yeah, well, that's the first step is the other thing, so... So we do a select from box. We get our selection. So this is the... Oh, interesting. This is... Oh, right. Identifier criteria. We need to check qualified, right? That's probably... Yeah. Because it's like checking all of them and like none of them actually match because they weren't qualified. And again here we can just like, and it allows any turn taker, right? So what we can do is just do, it's easier to read. Back in the box. Back in the box. Okay. This is a little different than how Guys works. Because Guys uses like 2 dialogues, whereas this just uses its one. So actually this is using, because Guys, like, you replace someone who's already in the game, whereas representative of Earth, you choose, and Oblivion, you choose from anything and anything, right? Out of the game. Whereas guys, like, first you select a hero in the game, and then it's more restricted. So actually, this is a little different dialogue. This is a different dialogue. It doesn't appear with... oh yeah, and I think I probably reversed this. Yeah. We only want... We are picking a turn taker first, so it's actually sort of a sequence that is in the UI that doesn't come up for completionist guys. But we also want to make sure that using this qualified thing should make sure that we don't pull up a duplicate hero. So yeah, I think this is more of a UI thing at first, actually. But let's run this with this change. And yeah, so we see all the decks. Yeah, so Bunker is getting a waiver. Bunker is an option. That's good. And then the other ones are getting blank, but that is because the UI doesn't know about it, probably. And Microcoder does have an option here because he does have a variant. So, so let's go into the UI then. And select from box. What's that decision called again? I guess it's right here. Get hero cards and box request. Right, but we also, there's a decision that comes up. What is that called? Oh no, it's just actually on this, isn't it? Sub-decision, it's called, or something. It's been a while since I looked at this stuff. Decision window, sub-decision container. I think that's what it is. Because from the engine, it's just one decision, but in the UI, like, we don't want to show, like, literally every possible card. There could be a lot, right? So yeah, so here it's making this decision box and filling it with all the things. And then once you click one, the UI populates this part. So it's part of this decision window, but populating the sub-decision stuff. So sub-decision. Let's see. Show the subdivision, sub-decision. Yeah. So this probably doesn't know about mods. So we populate them all as choices. How are we deciding? We might be using the object's name. Yeah, we're using the object's name. So if we change this to qualified identifier, it will probably just work. And then sub-decision answer is used to, yeah, present all the variants. We might need to change this too, but actually, yeah, this is all it was used for guys. So, but with guys, we don't have the subdecision. So That's a bit of a difference, but otherwise it's mostly the same. It's using all the same stuff. And Oblivion is similar to this, actually. So, look, things. So if we pick, say, Doc Havoc, first response. Didn't work. I mean, it did something, but not what I wanted. Yeah, we probably had a problem with, oh, interesting. It is trying to load. No, this is before the decision, right? Yeah, game decision answered. The decision ended and the engine just didn't do anything. So something happened to where we told the engine the information and it was like, I don't know what you're talking about. So we're gonna have to look into that. Back we go. We can probably borrow a log from guys here. And do this. So it does look to see like if there already was one in the box that it had previously used. It'll use that. Right, find cards where we want qualified promo identifier here. And then it will create the card, which should work pretty much like Guys does, except it's yeah, and then weird stuff. Right, so previously we could just like assume that we can get the deck definition like that. Right, Guys always has a hero in play, so we can always just do that. We're not getting like an error or anything, so it's just like we're failing and not logging it. So maybe we'll throw some just like that. Could not find or create card. I think it's just going to these cases and not doing anything. So it's probably not finding the definition, right? So deck definition cache is, this should be a qualified thing, so this should work, but, right. cd.identifier. So it's looking, yeah, so here it's looking in the card definitions, then it's looking in the promo card definitions, sort of standard stuff. And the first one is fine, but the second one needs to look at qualified promo identifier. And then again, we can have this check to see if it's a mod variant. And then we can maybe throw in our little log here. And then what else are we doing? Creating an instance. we probably need to override the namespace. Same sort of thing as this, where we previously just passed in the selected turn taker identifier as the override namespace, but with other things we need to do other things. Again, cross mod variants, I'm not going to like block releasing this on that, but we'll do what we can. This should be override namespace too. It's the same. Actually, no, that caused a problem here, right? So we'll just leave it the same way it is for now, and then special handling. So this is mostly this similar to what Guys is doing, but it's different enough that it's not like a helper function. So let's try building this and see. Okay. This is certainly simpler, a little simpler case than Guys, because Guys does sort of 2 rounds of decisions. And keeps cards under him, and I mean this card also hangs onto a card. So let's grab a non-promo first, and still the right thing didn't happen. So what did we get? Yeah, so okay, so I think we need to be checking qualified identifier here. I guess, yeah, I mean, that's fine. And honestly, that is what Guys should be doing here too. And why doesn't this just like get all card definitions, right? That just returns both promos and also subdecks, which I don't. Let's do this, right? Qualified, promo identifier, or identifier, like. That's fine. And this can be actually like that. Maybe no, actually, I think that might not be allowed on iOS still on the old version that we have here. Okay. And this is like the exact same line. Like, just look in the card definitions and the promo cards. That's fine. And use qualified. Should be fine. Should be fine. Okay. We're compiling. We're compiling. Happening on Slack. Not really. Not that I need to pay attention to. Okay. Let's try again. Hey! A card. Card go under? Yeah, there's that Z order bug. It's still a bug, but then it fixes itself right away. Cool. So that works. There are no trick cards. And let's try a variant as well. Oh, I guess we should try, and we should try loading. So just by doing a rewind. So let's try a variant. Ace of Swords. Pops up okay. If we do a rewind, just back to Baron Blade play card is fine. Oh, weird. It puts the character there. That's weird. Exciting, but weird. It doesn't do that for regular characters, does it? Let's try with just the non-variant and make sure that the load works there too. Yeah, again we get a cutout. That's because the environment owns that card. That's really weird. Like, that doesn't, does that happen with, that doesn't happen with regular decks. Unless somehow it's now happening with regular decks too. I'm gonna fix that. I have decided. So let's rewind here. Yeah, we don't get a. Oh, we get a placeholder, even if it shouldn't be a placeholder. I think because of mod placeholder logic. I actually had something like that come up somewhere else. Because the placeholder is like, oh, you didn't find something? Use this. Because it's mods. Because it's a mod content. Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's go back and test Wayward Bunker in that spot. And we'll test load. We might get a placeholder. Oh, we get an error. A null reference. Wow. Straight up null reference. We got card definition not found in Bunker's deck list, but that's normal. Oh, interesting. It's looking for the promo identifier in the Celestial Tribunal. So yeah, loading a game with a mod variant. I'm not even going to bother with the cross mod variant. Yeah, they're not going to keep showing up, Jake. That is a bug. A straight up null reference in create instance. That's not cool. What would have caused that? Like if you pass in a null card, I guess? Where did this come from? Turn taker, controller. Evaluate and store card controllers. It passes in a card, which shouldn't be null. Passes in a turn taker controller in the override namespace, which should be a thing here. Personally, you never get line numbers from DLLs here in Unity. Right, I guess we can just turn this log back on and see what we get. We should just be able to resume the game. Just gonna add a couple cards here, or a card. Oop. Placeholder. Cutout showing up for mod characters. Ooh. Oh, I forgot to continue game. That's okay. Bunker. All right. And we're going to go back to play a card. And it's creating card controller for Paragon of Sentience. Really? Oh, so really what it is actually, it must be passing, like, if it's getting a null reference, it's getting a null reference here, which means it's passing in a null card, which is bonkers. Why? Dragging on me. Like, that is not something that can be allowed. What is dragging on my computer here? Typing is slow. Like, this is a badness. We cannot continue if this is the case. That means that null card was being saved in the model, maybe, or something. That's not good. We could say we don't support this case yet, but it would be nice to track this down because it's not a good way to fail. And I forgot to press continue. Dang it. I'll click the button now, and then I won't have to remember. So, bunker. So I pick wavered bunker. It does work here, right? We get a card. Baron Blade player card. That card seems to exist. Let's rewind. Huh. We're getting a null reference on... I don't think I saw that before. Null reference on get qualified promo identifier, which probably means the definition is null, which also shouldn't be a thing. Yeah, like the card definition is null, which means it couldn't find it, which is probably what it's probably coming from this. Yeah, and the card to string is throwing a null reference when there's no definition because of the property. So why would we be creating a card without a definition? Or like, I mean, it won't have a definition, but it gets rehydrated by the deserializing. But obviously the deserializing fails, and then everything goes wrong. So I think what we want to do here is just like stop everything in its tracks right here. So we at least know what's going on. Passed a card with null definition. And I think card.identifier is its own property. Or does it come from the definition? Yeah, it's recorded separately. Okay. I mean, that's how it knows how to look up the definition, right? So card's not null, but the definition is null. I don't think I'm going to dig all the way into this today. Guess I could make a variable for that message, but whatever. It's not important. Yeah, generally this is going to like throw an exception anyway if you get down to here, but I want to know exactly like where we failed and why instead of having just a random null reference. So we're not going to solve that. It's going to stay in, I think, like we can add our cases into here and what was working and whatever, but it's not in general working right. Still get a you're still getting a null reference on this, but like, is it again the case that like this did not build? Because we shouldn't get to that point. Yeah, that's still happening sooner on card to string, but like the first card to string is happening here, which already checks this. Oh, but it's because there's another card. There's another card that has That's what's going on, because it's going through the location and that and that and that and that. Right. So that's probably the next card alphabetically is Representative Earth, and then the card next to it is the card that's the problem, right? That's what's going on. I kind of don't want this other property to have a null check, because like if a card doesn't have a definition, it's actually like a big deal. Maybe that's something we could throw an exception for instead of just a warning. Yeah, actually, I didn't want to double click that because it didn't take me anywhere useful. Like if you load a game and it can't find a definition, it's not gonna work. So in turn taker deserialize, it needs to freak out about that a bit more, I think. All right. This thing, low definition overriding turn taker, is where it's trying to find the right, the right thing, and it couldn't find it. And then it just like sets a null definition. Like that's not that's not good. That shouldn't be what it does. Sure. Yeah, like should at least have an error and maybe an exception too. That is, I think, what's happening here is we're not finding a definition. And it's getting to a bad place. Just want to check that. And I think throwing an exception there is probably better than continuing. Yeah. That's the error. Okay. And interesting, the promo identifier it comes from the definition. So how does the card know that it's the promo card? There must be a way. I guess because the turn taker remembers its promo identifiers. It's kind of weird. Yeah. We're going to say this is a fatal error. Because if we can't find that definition, then the card can't work. It needs a definition. But, oh yeah, we need to build. That's all I'm going to do on this today, I think, because I need to talk to David and John Mark about it, I think, because it's pretty messy. I think it's sort of neat. It's messy, required to be messy, but I'm not as familiar with it. Yeah, so now, well, it keeps going. First, oh yeah, it actually went back and loaded the last game that was successful. Okay. So we're just going to go with that, I think. So we did make a little progress, because you can use qualified identifier or when choosing deck for representative of Earth, which lets that actually move forward a little bit. This is failing to find a card definition is a fatal error. I mean, these are things that just would never happen before mods, because there always would be things. So we never even worried about that sort of level of problems. Yeah, and these are basically making things work. These are null checks and stuff. Just more sanity checks. Working on support for mods with representative Earth. Complicated. Okay. Let's just update the Trello board with where we got to. Maybe I'll just put this as a checklist item. I guess I already have a checklist, don't I? So we choose a mod character, choose a mod character variant, choose a mod variant of a regular deck, choose a mod variant of a mod deck, and then this. So that worked, and that worked, but that didn't work. Not working. Can't find card definition on load. Just make a note there. And haven't looked at that. Okay. And maybe I made a card for this because why? Malicious guys have interactions with representative of Earth. I guess he does. I don't know what. I wrote this down once. I don't know if guys is like... I guess it has to do with skyscraper. Yeah, I'm just going to archive that and we'll cover it with other other stuff. And then Oblivion, again, is going to have the rest of the cases. But I had enough of that for today. That is a mess. And yeah, there were some people asking in one of these cards, like, what about replacing turn takers? It's like, don't go there right now. That is barely supported for official content, and it is not something we're going to be looking at for mod content for a long time. It's tricky stuff to begin with. All right, so I'm going to take another quick break, and then maybe we'll see what else we want to look at today. Get my BRB back. Be right back. Water refill. All right. All right, so I just want to look at what we've got on our list here, and if there's anything we can get in for a quick build. We could do little more things on the mod screen. Just thinking about that. Could do some multiplayer stuff. I don't want to start on multiplayer stuff today, I don't think. I don't want to work more on this stuff today because it's brain burny. Yeah, completion is guys. I'll just put those together. Right. Potential improvement to the placeholder artwork to let the definitions specify what colors and what images. I want to kind of get the placeholder stuff out there first and see what people think of it before doing that. The mod background color, actually added a property in the manifest so you can specify a background color that's used in a couple places. And we can add it to more places. But right now it's used, I can show you where it is used. Come on. New game. And so in team villain mode, You can have placeholder art or even non-placeholder art for your team villain. This side image is going to be colored by whatever your mod's color is, which right now is just like blue, but it could be, you know, whatever. So then your team villains will get that color tint on them, and this color down here in this box is also based on that mod color. So we can integrate that into other places. Yeah, and actually maybe what I'll do is just note this. Use mod background color somewhere. And then like these can be team villain background. That's done. And that I already added it into here. You can add in color if you want. Adding some more numerals to the keyword font. Jeremy helps out with that, so I have to talk to Jeremy about that. Documentation of music is a Jean-Marc thing. Cleaning up stuff is not really a big priority. Oblivion supporting music. Right now it's not going to work with mods because it doesn't know how to load the mod music properly in that case. Honestly, I don't know if anyone actually uses that option, so I'm just going to move this to the future. Because I think it's not a huge thing. If it becomes a thing people want, they can ask me about it. Then we got some stuff in this MVP list that we could potentially look at. I know custom Nemesis icons is one that people want a lot. I don't know how important variants for the Sentinels and Skyscraper are, but those are certainly things that are going to be tricky with everything else. And then, of course, Steam Workshop setup. But I think there's still this stuff we want to get sorted out first before we actually get it onto Steam Workshop. But we're getting close, so... SM Jake says plus star minus. Okay. Catwalk on keyboard. So why don't we just spend some time on the mods screen, because that needs to be continued to be tidied up before it can be something that can be used. It's also going to be part of like uploading your mod to Steam Workshop and stuff, I think. So let's spend some time on that screen and add some features to it and stuff. Maybe we'll add a deck browser for it. That would be cool. So if we go here, Nemesis icons and icons like the natural, like in text custom icons, that is actually even harder because that requires them to be added to the font, or like for the mod to have a custom font, I guess, which has licensing issues. So yeah, that's not easy. But we could potentially, I'll add it to the list. So not really small card icons, but like font, custom font sprites, icons, like the naturalist has. Yeah, because those are actually like special characters in the font, is how they're done. The system we use doesn't have a mechanism for having separate separate atlases for font emojis or whatever, like modern, like in our other games we can just like make an atlas with a bunch of sprites and use them as emojis basically, but that is not a thing supported by the system here. Like the fonts are baked in, right? So small card body or full card body is like the body font, and those symbols are in here. So it's not like they can be just added anytime. maybe they can be added. I haven't looked at like if there's any runtime support, but like it's not it's not easy, and it's not intended to be dynamic. It's intended to be static for performance and memory and everything. So that is a tricky thing, but I added it to the list for potential future. Yeah, and small card icons is already on the list here, and that's certainly easier than font sprites. So yeah, so do what you can without icons, I guess, in the meantime. So yeah, let's get to our mod list screen here. It's still pretty rough. But we are pulling up the information from that stuff. So yeah, so what do we want to have on here? We want to have a way to like, let's refresh my memory on this. Be able to like enable and disable a mod. That could be a little bit tricky, UX wise, in terms of like expectations of like if you disable the mod and then like you have a game in progress, you just can't continue your game or whatever, like things like that. Showing errors about mod loading problems is an important thing. Being able to show a deck browser for that mod's content is pretty cool. It would be nice to have there. Just general visual polish. Have the mod list scroll. Shouldn't be too hard. Instructions on how to install mods and using the background color. And then, yeah, potentially more details and stuff. Yeah, I'm curious about the deck browser thing, because the deck browser screen, aka the multiverse, looks like this, and it populates dynamically based on the content you have available, like whatever DLC you have installed and stuff. And then when you click into it, it actually goes to another scene, deck browser detail, that then, you know, can show all the bio stuff, and it can show the cards. So yeah, that's interesting. I think that is pretty useful for people to, you know, see what the content is of the mods that they have, because there's no other way to see that right now in the game. Right now, you just sort of have to know, I guess. Or you go to the new game screen, but you still don't get to look through the decks and stuff, right? There probably would need to be a special page for like variants of other decks, because that wouldn't be like, this is organized by deck, right? And so if you have variants of other decks, we need to have a special page probably for those. So yeah, maybe we'll make another. Let's just see if it's easy to pop something in here. So if it ends up being a big thing, then maybe I'll bump it off, but I'm curious if it's relatively straightforward. So deck browser menu, I mean, obviously doesn't have any idea about deck browser menu view controller. Doesn't have any idea about this stuff. It's just like, obviously we're doing this. Whereas deck browser detail starts off with, it knows which deck that you clicked on. It gets, like, basically that information gets passed from one screen to the other through player prefs. Nothing too exciting. Once you click on one, it, I believe, yeah, it just sets the player pref and then goes to the screen. So we could do something similar for the menu where whether it's using that mechanism or some other mechanism, it knows here, like, should I be showing mod content or should I be showing the regular multiverse content? Which I don't think is too, that's probably a reasonable thing to do, is just have, like, again, a player pref that is just like, what mod should I be showing for the deck browser? And if it's null, then we show the regular stuff, and if it's not, then we show other stuff. So so we could even just pop this in here, deck browser menu key, menu mod key, deck browser menu mod. And I don't know what this make first thing is. It has to do with keyboard navigation apparently, but it's in my way. We don't really use keyboard navigation there. That would be true. This gets it out of my way. So if player prefs has key, I guess. Deck game constants, deck browser, menu mod key, show the contents of a mod. Otherwise, do that. And maybe we don't do it exactly like that, but that's kind of the idea. And so on the main menu, you just need to make sure, is there, I don't know that on the main menu it actually resets that. It just probably has a component to push the view controller. Give me my button. Multiverse button. Yeah, just push view controller on click. And so we actually need to make that call a method instead. Show deck browser. Player prefs X, delete key. Just in case you like go to a mod and then like quit the game. Push view controller, deck, browser, menu. Okay. And we can, instead of doing that, we will add an on click. That goes to show deck browser. All right, so that should still work. Cool. All right, so then in our mods, mod list view controller, we call it? Yeah. And I think in the mod view is where we have like the details, and that's where we would have like the show deck browser. And actually this is going to be the same basically as this, except instead of deleting the key, it's going to set string I actually want to always use player prefs X, which is our wrapper. Run player prefs for reasons. Set that to whatever. Do we have like, yeah, underscore mod dot namespace? Probably. And then we push the view controller. So we can actually set this up now. Let's go to mod list and on the detail panel, there's a good spot for a button like here. Here. Maybe at the bottom of that right panel. Oh yeah, we were using a bunch of vertical layout. Make a button. Why does that go up there? It should be going in there. There we go. And the text would be like show content or something. It's not the multiverse, it's something else. And when we click it, we want to go to the mod view, show deck browser. Why is it so little? Yeah, obviously not pretty. The modiverse. Yeah, the deck browser would. It should just automatically use the music from your mod. So that would be what it would try to do. And if it doesn't work, I'll fix it, but that would be expected. So if I click this and click here, I get a blank screen, which is actually exactly what I want. Not what I want, but what I expect, right? Because we said if we get to the list and there's a mod specified, do nothing. So we've done nothing. So now we can work on actually showing stuff. So what we can actually do is like make variables for these, right? And even just like initialize them like this. Heroes, villains. Team villains. For example. And but then instead we can populate those differently. And actually what we can do is this add section can just be like, don't do anything unless there are any. Then we can just call. Just gonna sort of pop these out one by one. Add section heroes with the heroes. Heroes. Add section villains with the villains. Team villains with the team villains, and then we don't need like, then this is checking, doing this check here basically. Team villains. Yeah, this is a little bit different, but I think we can still have these. Environments. It's the easy one. Let's just leave that for now and we'll come back to it. I guess, yeah, what we can just do is like move this check into here. Right? Var Oblivion. And that's going to be empty if Oblivion's not available. So it just won't do anything. So this is now going to show, well, we don't want, yeah. And if it's the modiverse. We can change that to like say what the mod is. Mod manager instance, find mod for namespace. Yeah, then we have mod.deck identifiers, hero deck identifiers, blah, blah, blah. So heroes is mod.hero deck identifiers, villains is mod.villain deck identifiers, team villains, team villain deck identifiers, Oblivion is null. And we can actually deck identifiers. Not null. And then like once we support Oblivion mod stuff, we can populate that. And environments equals mod.environment deck identifiers. We can have our Discord presence update with mod.name. Title? Title. Name is like the folder name, I think, right? All right. It's a little less brain burny than that other stuff. I like easy programming. Null reference. Oh no. Right. These are not qualified identifiers, are they? There's a like, yeah, okay, we have to use this. It's been a little while. Dot, blah, 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 blah. Get all qualified identifiers. No. Get qualified identifiers. Isn't that? Oh, is that like a private method? Because it seems useful. Yeah. Oh, I see. It's just a proper parameter. Deck kind dot hero. All right. like that. Villain. Team villain. Villain team. Team villain villain team. Environment. Hey, look at that. That looks like stuff. Whoop. We have a placeholder art, which is fine. We got an exception from something. We have cards. That looks good. We have variants. That's not going to get cross mod. And then we have an exception somewhere. So not totally working, but working a little bit. This message comes in if like you didn't download your expansions and it's looking for text, which we don't support. So let's make this a no card. Deck browser for mod content. Checklist. Access from mod list screen. We want to show decks in the mod. We want to show variants, or sorry, collect, I guess, variants for non-mod decks in one place. We want to support bio and vitals text and fix all these errors that are happening. Okay, let's see what the errors are. It's probably not too wild. It's interesting that this just worked. Okay, so if I click this. Oh yeah, because it is doing a qualified thing, cauldron.baccarat. The deck identifier is qualified, so that's why that's just working. Then it's looking for literally like the Cauldron DLC, which doesn't exist. So it goes for a placeholder, and then we get a null reference in deck definition for some reason. Where is that coming from? Deck browser detail, load deck 443. Oh, I see. This is for the next and previous buttons. And it's using, yeah. This is populated by DLC, which we need to change as well. Okay, so that's going to let us navigate. So basically, we're going to use kind of the same same thing here. Like if we're in the mod version of this screen, we want to use the mod list of content, and otherwise we want to use the other way. Okay. So I think we just, in this case, do like this. Yeah, unless we want to like just basically, I don't love copying and pasting. I wonder if we can make like a static variable, a static. Yeah, it's just not great. I guess this does use a static member for the Oblivion entries, doesn't it? That's interesting. So I guess we could just do the same thing as like get heroes, get villains, get team villains, get whatever, right? And then just use it in both places. You end up like calling this stuff a bunch. It's not the end of the world though. So kind of like yeah, it does kind of duplicate up stuff too though, right? In a different way. Kind of like you end up duplicating code in different ways. So I don't know. We can definitely like make a little function for this if we wanted to. They're kind of both doing the same thing but slightly differently. I wonder what we could do here is make a method with a list of lists. Right? And then both of them can use it. But then like, yeah. I'm just gonna like, we're not doing this more than once. So let's just do this and we can clean it up after. It's just like how much more work you're going to do to try to make something reusable that you only use once. That is the crux of it. So let's do this. Yeah, this is calling deck browser menu view controller, which that's reused. They're also simple though, right? So it's the same thing. We're getting a bunch of strings. So basically that, right? And then yeah, basically like we did before, instead of just having that in, we we actually replace it with the other stuff. That seems fine. And here I need to make like just an empty new list of string. Sure. Why doesn't it like this? Oh, because there's just like an else sitting around here. Probably. This is basically taking these lists of strings and then like sorting them based on the sort names. Which this isn't doing, but so yeah, that's interesting. They don't actually match, but they do. I thought they did, but I guess I think these do because we pre-sort them. But yeah, it's kind of weird that these have different code, and maybe that's a bug. Maybe it doesn't matter. We'll see. All right, so that should fix that exception, all that. Maybe. So, okay, no errors. Pull up this one. We get 2 errors, but they're, well, one of them has to do with the texture. Another one about not being null. 458, is that a different line number? But I did change the line numbers by adding code. We don't even use those labels. Right? In the multiverse? Oh, but we might in portrait mode? I think we do in portrait mode. So why are we complaining about this? What if we just like do a null check? Where are we going? Here. If none of that, and well, like let's just do this. We're failing to get the deck definition. I'm curious, like, what it's trying to look for there. Blank, of course. Well, how about if we check what this is? And we can check it on the other screen too. No, we can't. Doesn't work the same way. Okay. Click. All deck identifiers. Oh, great. Thanks. So helpful. So helpful. Thank you very much. What's this other warning we're getting all the time? Oh, because we're using a helper that doesn't like that. All deck identifiers. Those should be qualified, but they're not because this is not doing that. That's why. That's why I couldn't find it. Mystery solved. Excuse me. Yawn time. All right. The only error we get is about not finding the graphic, which is fine. And yeah, now we can browse. We're going into villains, so it's not finding the cutouts, but that. Oh yeah, actually we're getting a null reference with the music after all. That's what's stopping that. Interesting. This should be playing. I wonder if the ensure music call is not using a qualified identifier. Music deck identifier. It should be qualified identifier. I think our music thing is like, if it's mod content, we try to find it here. So we will see. I know we skipped over a bunch of qualified identifier based stuff with the deck browser, so there's going to be a few things like that pop up. Yeah, we go into like a villain, right? Yeah, so it's trying to find the music. So if it's there, it will play it, Topher. Looks to me anyway. And it's looking for cutout, but I'm pretty sure the placeholder logic isn't in there for that case. But we still get to see the cards here. That's cool. And environments. We get, yeah, just can't find the graphic and can't find the music, but it's looking for it in the right place, it looks like. And we're not doing placeholders properly here. But it is like working roughly here, so that seems like that's at least of some use, right? And we can look at having it load the text up. That should be pretty easy. So, and maybe not having it say re-download your expansion packs. So there's a function here about loading the text. Load deck. Also, we don't need to load this stuff if this is like loading the more info or whatever, which we don't need with mods. I'm just gonna like tell it to not do that. This. Yeah, load decks. So, and actually we should, yeah, we could potentially go right to the scene in here with how it's set up, but it won't work with loading mods actually. Yeah, we actually want this to be modiverse. Okay, so there's no deck links. That's fine. Loading images. Yeah, so support cutout images and placeholders if missing. Do we? Yeah, that's working. That's working. That's not, and that's not. That's probably going to be later, not today. But we can probably get these other two things working today. In a half an hour or so. So, right, this is where it's loading the cutouts. I want to get to the text. Right, if the subdeck there's none. Show text. And actually, we can get rid of this little log that we put in here to try to figure out what's going on. Show text, show text, show text. Right. So, missing text. This. And no information available. How about that? And honestly, I'm gonna like throw in a bunch of these new lines too, because it causes weird layout stuff if there aren't any. And let's just try that. Make sure it's getting what we are looking for. No information available. It doesn't do the weird scrolly thing, so that's good. Maybe we don't need so many new lines at the top. Well, it's all the same. Okay, so we need to go to this load deck browser text, and it needs to know about how to check for mods, which it doesn't. We didn't do that part with this like mod space, right? That's what we would always use. This is probably only used in those places, yeah. And we'll just do the same sort of thing, where if there's a mod space, it's a mod. I guess this just like goes directly. It doesn't actually. So these all like go through memory helper or whatever, but this one doesn't really. So we can probably more directly. Yeah, I don't even remember. How do we do these things? Yeah. Yeah, we look for a text asset. I guess, yeah, this is like we need to like make a new text asset from disk, right? This is like weeks ago that I did this stuff. This is more analogous to loading the textures, which I think that mod, is it in here? Did Mod Manager help us with that? Load asset. It calls that. Load resource. Right. And like, for example, here or so if we just throw in a case, stars.mod text asset is memory helper load resource. Is it not allowed for us to access that? Private. It's private. I mean, really, it's just calling this. Load asset, text asset. Right? And the path is deck browser / whatever. Let's try that out. And put a text file in at the right place. Let's look at my mod. I want to look at my mods. Tiny little thing. Okay, so we're looking for... Oh, it's like we're looking for a texture because it doesn't know about looking for text assets. No. Yeah, I guess there's looking for something we don't handle probably comes up at some point. Maybe? Is it not getting there? Oh, we're not passing the mod space, so it's not even trying. Okay. We always want the deck definition because of that. We're always passing that in here, and it'll be null for regular content. So this should get us that error that says, I don't know about this file. What are you talking about? What's that kind of file? Never heard of it. Yeah. Looking for something we don't handle. It's looking for deck browser / migrant coder character bio, which is how we call things. So if we look at like, oh, say mini pack 3 assets, mini pack 3 deck browser. It's basically character identifier bio and character identifier vitals. So I'm going to borrow these files. Maybe shorter ones. And put them in. Alias. John, etc. BRB. Always BRB. Okay. So we still don't know how to load it, but it's there. We need to go to the mod manager and tell it basically this text asset. Looking for a texture. Nope, text asset. Text file. Like this. And it's kind of funny that it's almost the same, but let's make the file, the variable names. Oh no, txt. Load texture is being called, but there must be like, you can just use like string.read or text. There's like system read all but read all text or whatever, right? System.io file.read all text. Why are the, oh, this gets you like an array. Basically. Oh, we need to make like a text asset. Unity. Text asset. Runtime. Do I need all of this? Can I just like... don't want to make streams and stuff. I can. I guess I could just... it has a constructor? I guess it has a constructor. New text asset. Asset.text. Set text? How do I... read only. But the constructor doesn't... let me make one. You know, honestly, I could just like bypass that system and read the text, but Unity text asset constructor. When did they add the constructor? I wonder. Because this constructor does not have a parameter. So maybe that's a thing that's not... yeah. Okay. I guess that's not something we can do. So we're just going to make a separate... where did my stuff go? Make a separate way to load the file. That's annoying. Because, like, yeah, there's no... we don't have to make a text asset, but it, like, fits in our existing structure nicely. So... basically undo this stuff. I mean, yeah. Okay. Basically, in here. We're not going to use text asset. We're going to just set the label.text. Maybe. Well, not, probably not. Let's make a scope. Dot load text, basically. And then if not string is null or empty text, label.text equals text. Return true. Yeah. Okay, so we need to make a separate method. Just for this. String, strung, load text. Like that. And then basically that. And delete this. We probably want to like exception handle and stuff like that. And we need to do this stuff first. Maybe that could be a function. Probably. Private string. Get mod path. Basically this. So we don't use this mod variable again in here. And we combine the path later. We can just do this. Whoop. Don't do this. And then we can use this down here. That seems nice. All right. String result is null. Return result and stop being angry at me. We're going to use text. We're going to get the text path, and then we're going to try. Do we already have system IO in this? We probably do, right? Yeah. Fail to read text file at text path. Sure. Cool. So then back in here, we already did that. And then back in here, yeah. Should work. Should work. Let's just make sure we saved everything and try it. That was a little more annoying than it had to be, but not too bad. Oh, I want to go to my mod. It's the best. Hey, look. Migrant coder. I don't know why it does that like little creeping thing. It doesn't always do it. We got multiverse, modiverse text. And actually here, I don't want like, if there's no file, I don't want like exceptions. Let's just like throw a warning or something. If file dot exists. If there's no file, it'll just throw warning and not errors. All right, there's our text, and no information available. Seems fine. Cool. So that is, look at how many copies of the worst card ever. There's so many. Excellent. Excellent. Let's commit what we've got here, because I think that's a pretty good spot. And maybe we'll take a last dig at that placeholder art. That. Okay, so yeah, that's all this stuff basically. Showing the deck parts from the menu for the mod view. Making the menu and the detail be able to support mod content. Loading the text file. Updating the scenes. Support. Add support for deck browser to mod list. Cool. I think the cutout images are actually working, right? Because if there were images for anything that had an image, Like if I grab, oh, this is actual Wager Master. I want my like weird stuff. What do we actually look at? It might not be all working, so let's see. We got hero cutouts. That's been clear. So hero is there. Villain is there. Team villain comes up with a placeholder, but that might be because I don't have the right image file there. What's it looking for? Don't know. End game. Oh no, it's looking for the baddie's character hero turn. No, but that was the other one. This is the hug monster. Let's just click this a couple times. That's the Atlas. Right. Oh, but it's showing a hero. That's a hero. It's looking for the ending. Alright, so that's totally wrong. There. That's the environment background. Environment background image. What's it looking for team villains? Is that the image I have there? I guess maybe that's the image I have there. Okay, so that's working. It's this one? This one? Yeah. I guess I just had like an old version of the placeholder in there. That makes it confusing, but it is looking for total wrong image for the environment. So let's go look at that. Those, I guess, is there no... I think it's just like confused about the mod and not supporting mods, because it should be finding like this file. So let's see. Environment texture is where it's going to be trying to load it. Load environment ending texture. Okay. Is that... Oh, but then it's also... No, that's just the tween. So it's this. And it should be noticing that it's a... mod already. I wonder if that's not being qualified somehow. Yeah, I think it's not. Double check it. Will there be documentation for formatting the text files for BIOS? Yep, it's pretty much plain text, and we'll add any documentation needed for that, like what the files should be called and stuff. Pretty basic. So let's see. Workshopping.devstream. I wonder if just the code for that is not working right. It's calling mod manager. Oh yeah, it should be looking for ending dash dev stream, not ending dash workshopping.dev stream. So I guess there's just like an extra thing. Yeah, probably a lot of these past ones I remember I changed them to take a definition instead so they know what to do. Oh yeah, this is only called in the one place because the other ones were all using the async ones maybe. Right, we pass in instead of that directly, just pass in the definition.identifier. So that should do it. I think. Yay. Cool. And we could do, so we can also have a look at placeholders. Oh yeah, this shouldn't say multiverse. It should say like the name of the mod. I think. Back button title. Yeah. Back button label. Mod.title. And we have to hook that up or it will give us an exception. Button here. Yeah, multiverse button. And the back button title label there. Okay, let's go back to our mod list screen. Make sure that doesn't say the multiverse because it's not actually where we are. Yeah. So if we go into Cauldron, so hero placeholders are showing up, including for variants. Villain placeholders are not. Okay, that villain placeholders. think the cutouts are working, so I'll just mix other things. I don't know that we have a team villain that needs a placeholder. We're not doing anything for the environment. We could do a background color, but like, it's not a huge deal. Team villain placeholder. We need to like turn off the image. Let's just turn off the cutouts on my mod here. And yeah, so that is a regular villain, and also team villain's not loading, so. Team villain placeholders. So I think we have time for that. Let's see. So image texture is probably what we're looking for. This is Scions. Is it? Yeah. Guys. Guys is special. If it's not guys, it's loading the start of game, and that's just working. Hammer and anvil are special, but otherwise we load a villain. And it doesn't matter whether they're team or not. They always use this method. Just a straight up load cutout texture call. And this is trying to use the mod support, so why isn't it working? We're looking for, oh, I guess because the placeholder code isn't in there, that's why. This is only used in deck browser, so we basically just need to put in our classic code. Okay. For placeholders, basically it's the same as this. It's just another version of it. I don't know why they don't just use. Why doesn't it just call that? Can this just call that? Like, call that with the texture, the, oh, I guess, could they call that the other way? No, because this needs a card, does it? But it could just take the, oh right, there's damage and stuff. Okay, so there's reasons why this is not just calling the other one, or the other way around. So we'll just do this. There are reasons, and we're not gonna get into it. Card definition. And is it a cutout and the turn kind? Okay. That should be what we need to do to have it load those placeholders. For both villains and team villains. Yeah. There we go. I guess they both have the same one. It happens. But different colors. That also happens. Cool. So, yeah, that was a fun little diversion. That is support for that. And we still have collecting variants for non-mod decks. Will be, I think, like probably just like another, like if we go in here, just have another section called like variants or something that would collect those in and somehow work. It is not as straightforward. I'm just going to convert that to another card. Because that is more complicated. Not the end of the world, but more complicated. Cool. That's cool. So that is done. That's all working. I didn't test it with music and stuff, but it looks like it's trying to load the music, so I'll test it out later. And I'll make a build and test it with the latest cauldron, and we'll see how everything works. So this is, yeah, basically support. More work on deck browser support with mods. Support. Okay. So that seems pretty good. So I think that is going to be it for today. We'll get back more to this screen. Kind of want to finish off the functionality on it to get it to a certain point and then pass it to Jennifer for some visual polish. But finally, the placeholders and everything are at a good enough point where we can get those into your hands. And Completionist Guys mostly works. Representative Earth partly works. Oblivion, I didn't even try, but it might work. We could try it right now, but I don't want to. Feel free to try it, but do not expect it to work. It will probably let you like pick a hero, but I have no idea if it's going to work or not. But we'll get back into that more probably next week, or maybe multiplayer support next week might be the main thing. And yeah, we're getting pretty close to being to the point where we can say, like alpha support is complete, and the next main thing is going to be getting workshop integration and so on. So going pretty well. It's going to be it for me today, I think. I'll be running a build and testing that out and maybe getting that up for you over the weekend or early next week. So look out for that in the Discord or watch the Trello board. Thanks for tuning in to the dev stream. It's always a good time to think out loud, and you can see how puzzled I get by guys. Have a good weekend. We'll see you later.